Well, hello, everybody, and we're continuing here with program 27. We're on page 100, 102, right in there, for letters on occult meditation, and we're dealing with a lengthy chapter called the dangers of meditation. It is our task now, says the Tibetan, to deal briefly with the dangers that attend the practice of meditation as they manifest in the physical body. These dangers, like so much else in the logoic scheme, and I suppose this means the scheme which our solar logos represents within a cosmic logos, assume a threefold picture, attacking three departments of the physical body, and they show themselves in the brain, in the nervous system, and in the sex organs. Right, okay. And apparently when we're talking about the logoic scheme, it's not just the scheme of the planetary logos, though I think that would be the first consideration, but obviously meditation is going on in the different planetary schemes, and taken together, they represent a kind of logoic scheme. As I said before, the planetary schemes are like chains in the greater logoic scheme of our solar logos, and so it goes with other planets that may be involved in relation to the different stars in the seven solar systems, of which ours is one. But for practical purposes, right down to earth, we're speaking about our scheme, our chain, earth chain, our globe, earth globe. It is needless to point out now the reason why I dealt first with the dangers of the mental and emotional bodies. It was necessary to do so, for many of the perils besetting the dense physical find their commencement on the subtle planes and are only the outer manifestation of inner evils. This is an esoteric principle. We recognize undesirable conditions in the physical body have their antecedents in the subtle bodies, and especially in terms of the need for healing in the etheric body and in the astral body. Maybe some, for some people, and not as many, in the mental body. Each human being enters into life equipped with a physical and etheric body of certain constituents, those constituents being the product of a previous incarnation. They are virtually the body reproduced exactly that the man finally left behind him when death severed him from the physical plane, from physical plane existence. The Plutonic shears, Pluto cuts the threads, severs the threads which bind the two opposing lives together. So it's pretty much a replication, isn't it, what we leave behind at death, we bring in at our next birth, our next incarnation. That being the case, we can look at our childhood and pretty well assess the condition in which the etheric body existed at the point of death. And that can be, I think, maybe for some, a sobering experience. A physical and etheric body of certain constituents, those constituents being the product of a previous incarnation. He says a previous. Now, does that mean that we're not talking about the product of the previous incarnation? They are virtually, or pretty close to being, the body reproduced exactly that the man left behind him. Well, obviously, we have to be speaking of the etheric body around which the dense physical matter, as a kind of congestion, aggregates when death severed him from the physical plane existence. We can judge perhaps of our progress when we look or try to get an idea of the condition of the etheric, especially the etheric body, at a later time in our incarnation. The task ahead of everybody is to take that body, realize its defects and requirements, and then deliberately set in and build a new body that may prove more adequate to the need of the inner spirit. This is a task of large dimensions and involves time, stern discipline, self-denial, and judgment. Well, no easy task to improve the condition of the etheric physical body. And this is the task. I guess we can assess, again, we have to make these assessments, how well we have done and by doing what to improve the condition of the body in which we were, with which we were born in this particular incarnation. Of course, the body will fade away and its strength will go, and it will essentially begin to fall apart. But the etheric aspect of it will register the beneficial changes we have been able to induce. This is going to become easier and easier in a seventh ray age where the laws of health are better known, and and where the ray prevalent during the age reinforces the etheric vehicle. I'm just, if I could, I would like to, maybe it's not going to work. Anyway, I'd like to get my phone off here so that interruptions are of the quieter kind. Okay. You know, this is not exactly a sound studio, but it might as well be these days of increasing broadcasts. The man who undertakes the practice of occult meditation literally plays with fire. I would like you to emphasize this statement, for it embodies a truth little realized. Playing with fire is an old truth that has lost its significance through flippant repetition, yet it is absolutely and entirely correct and is not symbolic, not a symbolic teaching, but a plain statement of fact. Okay. Again, seems necessary to the idea of playing. Well, maybe there's a kind of intelligent play, and that's what we're seeking to demonstrate. We cannot help but play with fire. Now, how does he? Fire has so many definitions. In any case, can it be said that we cannot afford to be flippant in our attitude towards the fire of the meditative process? Fire forms the basis of all. Fire and light, I suppose. To the Kabbalists, the universe was condensed light. Maybe to the esotericists of the modern age, maybe fire is the condensation, or the universe is the condensation of fire. The universe as either condensed light or condensed fire. Maybe hard to imagine. The self is fire. One could ponder on that a long time. The intellect is a phase of fire. That, I think, is more approachable. All of the movements of intellect, the different faculties of intellect, they are this substance in motion, fire in motion, and a specific kind of a preordained motion. The self is fire. That's the one that then, you know, we would have to ask, can fire be equivalent to being? That's something we can ask. We put up a question, and we hope that the response will come. The intellect is a phase of fire, probably related to the third aspect, and basically fire by friction. And latent in the microcosmic physical vehicle lies hid a veritable fire that can either be a destructive force, burning the tissues of the body and stimulating centers of an undesirable character, and I think we talk here, Kundalini, or be a vivifying factor, acting as a stimulating and awakening agent. When directed along certain channels, this fire may act as a purifier and a great connector between the lower and the higher. When we think of our, different important planetary centers, Shambhala is the most fiery, we might say, and expresses electric fire. And maybe Kundalini has a connection with that fire of Shambhala, but it's sort of the first aspect of the third aspect of fire. The fire at the base of the spine, hidden within the physical vehicles, a dragon, in a way, waiting to arise, be awakened properly, and vivify the various centers and areas of the physical body and make it subject to the reception of the higher energies in the right way. So, for myself, I keep on thinking about the different kinds of fire, how to visualize them, and I compare fire to being. And I wonder which is more tangible. In my mind, I compare fire to being. And I tend to say that being is the basis of all. Is being fire? Well, I still think of being as the most subtle form of reality, and fire in a way immediately derivative of being, or derivative from being, whichever preposition should be used. From Shambhala, comes purification, destruction, and organization. Fire can accomplish all three. The sort of second aspect of fire has to do with purification, a refinement, a casting out of the impure and a taking in of the more pure. The first aspect of fire, can yield destruction, and does so, even as we see externalized in war, where kind of an essential fire by friction is directed destructively. And organization represents the third aspect of fire. And our particular system, our body and other personality vehicles, have to be purified. The obstructions have to be destroyed. The dross has to be ejected. We can no longer tolerate carrying within the body that which serves only to prevent access of fire to the places that require it. And then as well, Kundalini is connected with a certain type of etheric organization and a certain organized vivification, which, if not followed according to monadic ray, will lead to, again, to destruction. So organization prevents right organization, prevents destruction of an inimical kind. There is also wise destruction. Well, on the path of initiation, linking the highest and the lowest, and involving rays 1 and 7, we will learn more about the fires and how they can be wisely directed and modulated according to the condition of the etheric physical vehicle. We have to be able to assess how much fire the vehicle can take, even if the vivification is accomplished in the proper order. I think we see, how very detailed is this science of meditation, filled with rules which must be observed if disaster is to be avoided. In meditation, the student seeks to contact the divine flame that is his higher self, and to put himself likewise en rapport with the fire of the mental plane. Let's just say that we are dealing here with, let's say, the higher self, or highest self, is really, for practical purposes, the monad. And also, solar fire, let's see if I make that smaller letters, solar fire must be accessed. So both electric fire and solar fire are accessed in true occult meditation. When meditation is forced, or pursued too violently, and this, of course, means giving in to the push of Mars before the alignment between higher and lower bodies via the emotional is completed. The emotional body, no, that's etheric body. Emotional body being most often out of alignment. This fire may act on the fire latent at the base of the spine. That fire called Kundalini, and may cause it to circulate too early. Well, we've heard about this so much. Before the way is cleared. So instead of forcing against formidable obstacles, it's better to do the clearing and to see to the alignment so that the passage, the way of passage, is ready when the uncontainable or not easily contained fire begins to rise. So the divine flame of the monad, carried into lower vehicles and showing in the triad and in the egoic lotus is contacted, but we must not, in the cause of ambition, push too hard, lest we be overcome by that which should otherwise purify, vivify, organize, enliven, and render us receptive to the energies of plan and purpose. So the fire we're talking about here, which is really in a way a higher fire applied to the lower vehicles and arousing a lower fire, that fire may act through will on the fire latent at the base of the spine, that fire called Kundalini, and may cause it to circulate too early. I wonder if there's a way to subdue ambition and fill a person with confidence that the good work will be established if they make haste slowly and wisely. This will produce disruption and destruction instead of vivification and stimulation of the higher centers. Well, many times we are told of these things, and one of the most cogent tellings happens in this book. There is a proper geometrical spiraling which this fire should follow, dependent upon the ray of the student and the key of the vibration of the higher centers. So we have the geometrical spiraling depends on which spiritual numerals are involved. Ray, color, key, vibration, all those things that only those who can view the etheric body directly and the causal body, of which the etheric is a reflection, can handle or can advise, regarding which advice is possible. This fire should be permitted to circulate under the direct instruction of the master and consciously distributed by the student himself, following the specific oral instructions of the teacher. Well, there's much less possibility of incorrect spread of this teaching, which may be very individual and applied directly to the student, but will often be ambitiously applied to the reader. With the oral tradition, the recipient can simply hold silence. With distribution in books and other media, it reaches those perhaps for whom it is not intended, and they, not having discretion in esoteric matters, will attempt to apply to themselves. Sometimes the fire may be aroused and spiral with correctness without the student knowing what is occurring on the physical plane. But on the inner planes, he knows and has but failed to bring the knowledge through into the physical plane, to the physical plane consciousness. So maybe a lot of work has been done along these lines, but the brain cells are still too inert or unresponsive to register that inner work. So sometimes, well, it's certainly better to leave to nature this arising, if it happens, rather than to force it in directions which are inappropriate or about which knowledge is incomplete. Caution all the way, really, if we don't want to obstruct our paths through the destruction of the vehicles and the need to take time to rebuild that which has been destroyed. It seems so clear, but people will be tempted because they can imagine, well, this won't happen to me. It's like with this pandemic, many thousands have said it's just a hoax until it does happen to them, and they, sadder but wiser, try to communicate their realization to others, so often before they die. Let us take up for a moment the three dangers that principally beset the physical vehicles. And I would like to point out that I deal with the trouble in its extreme, and that there are many intermediate stages of risk and trouble that attack the unwary student. I guess Master DK is attempting to make us wary of that which we will confront, or certainly could confront, and to help us make the wisely cautious decision. It's not a question of cowardice at all. It's a question of understanding the consequences and wanting to hasten one's progress to be more useful in service. This obviously will not involve invoking the very trouble that we could have avoided if we had been more careful, solicitous, humble, we might say, humble in the reception of cautionary advice. Okay, so the first danger we're going to take up is the danger to the physical brain. You can imagine, Alice Bailey, trained as a Christian, and quite a militant Christian at that, I suppose, recapitulating some of her earlier attitudes, then came into touch with all of this occult information. Of course, if the stories be correct, it wasn't new to her, and she and the Tibetan had worked together in previous incarnations with him as her supervisor, and no doubt she had been exposed in China, let's say, in India, in Tibet, in the Far East, to this kind of information, but then to have it reawakened in the midst of one's tendency towards militant Christianity must have been quite a shock. Okay, the brain suffers principally in two ways here. And what are these ways? that the brain suffers. You know, so often people who have pushed it too hard, they may go to the physician, the doctor, who will know nothing of the real inner cause of their condition. It's just some kind of brain fever or congestion or inflammation that has arisen. Why? Maybe it's too big a jump to associate it with merely thinking, i.e. meditating. From congestion, this is the first mode of suffering. And, you know, put too much energy into a small space, and that's what you get. Causing a suffusion of the blood, an excess gathering of blood in a certain area, suffusion of the blood vessels, and a consequent strain upon the delicate brain tissue. So we might say too much pressure. The violence of meditation, meditation pursued, can lead to a strength of pressure with which okay, well, not equipped to deal. Suffusion of the blood vessels, an excess, and a consequent strain from pushing hard against delicate brain tissues, a constant strain which will lead to friction, chafing, irritation, inflammation. I think we get the idea. This may result in permanent injury and may even cause imbecility. It shows in the initial stages as numbness and fatigue. It kind of reminds one of how DK treated the disciple. I think the very first disciple in the Dana book, I think his name was BSD. He had fatigued his brain through excessive study and meditation. He was on the third ray. And DK didn't give him any set form of meditation, but tried to develop other faculties, put the emphasis elsewhere. So it may cut off a channel to the mind, leaving the individual in a state of irrationality and eventually imbecility, idiotism, where the regulating power of the mind just cannot get through. So numbness and fatigue, and if the student persists in meditation when these conditions are sensed, the result will be serious. At all times, a student should guard against continuing his meditation when any fatigue is felt and should stop at the first indications of trouble. This is not a pretty picture, to so inflame the apparatus that a disjuncture is caused and one is cut off from one's own mental principle in the brain. Then one may be able to function emotionally and vitally, but the directing power of the mind is curtailed, is not allowed through onto the physical plane. So it seems a simple thing, but do we tend to continue our meditation when fatigue is felt? These are the simple methods of restraint which will guard against these dire, potentially dire results. But do we pay them heed? Okay? All these dangers can be guarded against by the use of common sense, something that the fifth ray has, that the sixth ray is often spoken of as not having. The sixth ray type needs common sense, and also is the ray of one-pointed fanaticism which deflects counterindications to what it may be trying to carry out and the manner in which it tries to carry out. All these dangers can be guarded against by the use of common sense and by remembering that the body must ever be trained gradually and be built slowly, even as vegetarianism, if that's what one chooses to pursue, has to be slowly undertaken because, as DK tells us, it's not easy to change the habits of a lifetime. In the scheme of the great ones, hurry has no place. There is no rush, no hurry, and yet there is no time to lose. This is from the rules of the road. So can we aspire to the high places and gain access to higher points of tension and still keep our feet on the ground? And that, that's kind of a delicate balance. And not everyone succeeds. So the need for common sense in the meditative process is to be expected. It's reasonable, it's logical, and difficult for some types to achieve. Why? Because they want what they want when they want it. To force their way towards the goal and deflect the caveats involved is their way. And they think that they will more speedily reach their goal. Kind of reminds me a bit of Hercules in Gemini. He really was earnest about finding the golden apples of the Hesperides, but he kept on running into people who needed his help, or to those who misled him. And something in him, the conscience, the voice of the inner monitor, made him stop and tend to the need of others, and therefore probably saved him much time and much distress, because the way of service, oftentimes putting aside even one's very desirable needs, is the fast way. I think, the Christ is a great example of this. We don't have all of the incidents of his life. It's kind of interesting when you read the lives of Alcyone or Alcyone, the last 50 or so lives, mostly from the personality angle, DK tells us, of Krishnamurti. It would be so, how he may have grown, but over those period of lives, you see a big improvement. But it's the lives of the Christ that would be most interesting. Probably it's only if it is for that, for hierarchical consumption. So a great lesson can be learned about how he became the great heart, the great server and savior. What decisions did he make? Now remember that Libra, that indicates the Prince of Peace, is also the sign of decision. So we are placed according to right or wrong decisions in very tangible circumstances. Okay, dangers to the physical brain from congestion. And what I'll do here, shoving too much into a small space. And now we have this danger from insanity. Megalomania is a condition within the emotions as linked to the lower mind, which sees the little self as all important, all powerful, exaggerated beyond anything due and proper. It is afflicting, politicians and churchmen. Well, it can afflict anybody, I suppose, but in certain fields, maybe the field of finance, where so many people struggle to be the richest person in the world, that's the hint, or politics, king of the world, or in the church, the Messiah complex. One just exaggerates the nature and value of the little self. Not only does one keep one's eye upon the little self, which is kind of against the rules, but one begins to inflate that little self and to build an image of the little self as of much greater scope and value than it warrants. So here's the danger from insanity. Unhealthy, really, is what it means. This evil has often been seen in the earnest students who persist in unwise pressure or seek unguardedly to arouse the sacred fire through breathing exercises and similar practices. I know Yogananda brought with him this Kriya Yoga approach. Of course, Paramahansa, probably a fourth degree initiate, it's one thing for him to use those, and quite another for his unready, unwary aspirants. It's so difficult to assess where one really stands and what one is capable of accomplishing. So they pay the price of their rashness, Mars again, isn't it? through the loss of their reason. Their mind becomes disorganized, and we remember that it is by a certain name that the members of the hierarchy are known, the Society of Organized, Illumined and Organized Minds. Well, with the disorganization comes the veiling of the illumination, or the obstacle to illumination. And he uses the word often here. Insanity, often seen in earnest students. So it's kind of a sixth ray tendency. Rashness, once again, attributable from Mars. So necessary a planet, so much a part of the group of planets, courageous, confronting, going forth, and yet impulsive. So when Saturn checks Mars, maybe you have an uncomfortable situation, but it's one in which impulsiveness can be wisely restrained. So they pay the price with the loss of their reason. They disorganize the logical mind. The reasonable, logical mind becomes disorganized. The fire does not proceed in due geometrical form. The necessary triangles are not made. So here's a whole nother approach to the study of the science of triangles. It's what triangles are to be vivified, and given the three apexes or angles, let's say, in which order. There's so much interdependency depending on energy particulars. The necessary triangles are not made, and the electrical fluid, so that is, should we say, the third aspect of electricity, rushes with ever-increasing speed and heat upwards. Quite vivid language, and literally burns away all or part of the brain tissue, thus bringing about insanity and sometimes death. Well, there's probably a lot of brain afflictions, the esoteric causes of cerebral vascular events, CVAs, maybe stroke is involved here, brain inflammation, the disruption of right relationship within the brain. Dispel. When these things are more widely comprehended and openly acknowledged, and remember, 100 years ago this was written, doctors and brain specialists will study with greater care and accuracy the electrical condition of the spinal cord and correlate its condition with that of the brain. Good results will thus be achieved. So what do we have? Related, fifth ray, the study of electricity in its third aspect, and the concretization for which the brain is responsible. So many people attribute to the brain that which should be attributable to the mind, but maybe it won't be discovered until awakening in the field of light beyond, they discover they can think. It's interesting, though, if thought is pursued too vigorously, the whole scene may disappear. On the astral plane, let's say in the hours of sleep, thought has to be regulated because it can cut the experience, the lucid experience, if the mind is too much emphasized. And yet, of course, eventually it must be, because we have to have that continuity which allows us to think when we are in the astral body and do not have to tend to the usual physical kind of necessities. All right, so that tells us something about the diseases of, or dangers anyway, to the physical brain. The disruption which can occur from congestion, the production of insanity, the disruption of the reasoning process, all through forcing. We might say that when the sixth ray and first ray combine, the tendency to force becomes acute. Maybe second ray pursues all this more wisely and tells the cautionary tale. Master DK, basically in relation to us, is a second ray master, and the great science of relations is far more open to him than it is to us, and he knows how things affect each other, how energies affect each other, how energies affect forms. He knows these things, and that makes him cautious, and cautious on our behalf. So we have to be grateful that we are being offered wise counsel regarding the caution needed on this dangerous yet most promising path of spiritual occultism, esotericism, this path of discipleship and initiation. Usually for the aspirant, well, the efforts are too spasmodic, too intermittent, too interrupted to cause the kind of permanent danger that can occur when a serious, one-pointed, continuously working disciple applies himself to a particular goal without discretion. And justifications, of course, can be found for doing that. But a wise, commonsensical balance of striving as within the field of circumstance has to be achieved. Wisdom is directed towards the safe continuance of the form in a useful state. It's like, I can't get out of my mind that, that old song about John Henry, how he beat, he was a steel driving man, they say, he had this great hammer, and he was a mythological character for the workers on the railroad, and he could drive the metal into the rails and create a track rapidly. And he was put up against a steam driver, and I guess mythologically he won the contest. I don't know if that led to his demise or not, but I believe that in the song he won the contest. Well, he had the right Vulcanian hammer to do it, and he had the physical strength, but there's the question of using instruments properly. And, if you think of the finest violins in the world made by Stradivarius, I think in Italy, you can't substitute a Stradivarius for a steel hammer, can you? And the purpose of the beautiful violin is completely other than, it's a very Neptunian thing, rather than the driving, willful Vulcanian effect. We cannot destroy the instrument by applying measures that are too harsh to it, because its real function will be destroyed if we apply to the instrument an excess of force or an excess of contact. So wisdom with respect to the right use of form is an important kind of ray 2 consideration. And it needs a study of the form. This, of course, is the study of the garment of God, and it's undertaken maybe when the fifth ray and seventh rays are subsidiaries of the second ray. Then the form is treated with respect. Now, I could stop here, but I'd like to, keep going. I'd like to just keep going and going, but that would be betrayal. That would be the very kind of fanaticism that I know well, but it would be counterproductive because the instrument would rapidly disintegrate. Now, the diseases of the nervous system. The troubles connected with the nervous system are more frequent than those attacking the brain, such as insanity and disruption of the brain tissue. I suppose people that are in the medical field which studies the brain would have a first-hand knowledge of these inflammatory conditions. So let's see if they are any, milder somehow. Once we actually reach the brain and have driven the energy that far, we can have lasting, permanent trouble for an incarnation and even death, as we're told. But when we see it happen, if we're some kind of medical person, we may not know the cause, but we certainly see the result. Almost all who undertake meditation are conscious of an effect in the nervous system. Sometimes It takes the form of sleeplessness, of excitability, of a strained energy, and restlessness that permits of no relaxation. So permanent tenseness instead of working at a manageable point of tension. Of an irritability, again Mars, that has been foreign perhaps to the disposition until meditation was pursued. Well, and then you can count on your relatives to say, I wish you were the way you were before you began to meditate, because obviously the transitional phase, the transitional condition is not desirable, and they notice it. Of a nervous reaction, such as the twitching of the limbs, the fingers, or the eyes. Of depression, or a lowering of the vitality, and of many individual modes of showing tension and nervousness, differing according to the nature and temperament. So these things, we have seen them. Kind of interesting, observation shows that the blinking of the eyes, at least, it's almost involuntary, I think, is associated with the sign Gemini, which is deeply associated with meditation, the higher and the lower contacting each other. And also Gemini associated with sleeplessness and the ability to go without sleep, and with rapidity of information processing, which can stimulate everything to almost an unmanageable degree. Alice Bailey was strongly Gemini, and so was JFK. Well, I think we see the acute condition of the nervous system under Gemini. Gemini and Aquarius both are related strongly to the etheric body and to the condition of nervousness, which is some kind of combination of emotional reaction as affecting the ethers and hence the physical body. Sometimes you see this in the case of obsession, all of these involuntary vocalizations, involuntary twitching. It kind of indicates that something other, not necessarily higher, but certainly subtle, has taken over. So if Christ has that calmness forever unperturbed, it's quite different from the restlessness, the jumpiness, the irrational excitability, the sleeplessness of a strained energy system. I think we can imagine what it would be like with Mars in Gemini in terms of irritability, as opposed to Venus in Gemini, let us say, because Venus seems to calm down the situation. I know somebody who has a very close conjunction of Mars and Venus in Gemini, just a few minutes apart. And it's interesting that the person is a combination of impulsively irritable and laid back at the same time, or, alternating. This display of nervousness may be either severe or slight, but I seek earnestly to point out it is quite needless, provided the student adheres to the rules of common sense, that he studies wisely his own temperament, and that he does not blindly proceed with forms and methods, but insists on knowing the raison d'etre of instituted action. So look before you leap and say, here's something from the East. It must be good. It will help me make rapid progress. So let's do it. And then, not really knowing what one is doing, not having studied it, not realizing what it leads to, and maybe doing it with the wrong type of physical mechanism altogether. It's very dangerous to apply thoughtlessly meditations given by a master to others to oneself. So it seems obvious, doesn't it? But, common sense is maybe not so common. I speak as a person who's been told, why don't you develop common sense? All my life, I've been told that. So maybe finally, nearing the age of 80, maybe I understand a little bit why common sense is necessary. The sixth sense, the synthesizing of the 5 normal senses, leading to the esoteric sense, the 7th. If occult students, I often prefer students of occultism, disciplined the life more wisely, if they studied the food problem more carefully, if they took the needed hours of sleep with more determination, I do know those who push on into the night, 4 and 5, night after night, 4 and 5 in the morning, and then eventually pay the price. And if they worked with cautious slowness and not so much from impulse, no matter how high the aspiration, greater results would be seen, and the great ones would have more efficient helpers in the work of serving the world. Now, this is such a wisely delivered paragraph with so much wisdom associated. Discipline the life more wisely. Now, there was this student RSU. He says sometimes you treat the physical body too liberally, too leniently, and sometimes you're too harsh. It was a condition, I think, of binge and purge, related to diet, and the sign cancer was involved. So wise discipline is different from maybe destructive, harsh, debilitating discipline. We're not supposed to make of the personality a poor, dead thing. It has to be a resilient instrument. The food issue is there, vegetarianism, non-vegetarianism, how much food to eat. He tells us we eat 4 times too much. That's, if I think of the United States with its Jupiter and Cancer, that kind of glut is found often, and we have to be weaned away from it. If they took the needed hours of sleep with more determination, because it's easier often to say, 1 more page, one more this, one more that, until you look up and the hour is 5 a.m. and you have to wake up at 7. Well, maybe if you're Alice Bailey, but she too paid the price. You know how it is with Gemini people. They seem to need less sleep because their etheric body can be so vitally charged. Same with Aquarius, I suppose. And if they worked with cautious slowness, making haste slowly, and not so much from impulse, well, kind of a combination of Saturn and Venus rather than Mars. So we might even rather than Mars and, let's say, Jupiter. Jupiter is always eager for new horizons to transcend, to move beyond. So regulating the impulsiveness of the emotional nature is a big aspect of our work. And aspirations can be high, as he says. Greater results would then be seen. And the great ones would have more efficient helpers in the world. And that's, of course, what we want to be, don't we? Efficient helpers, rightly motivated, capable, enduring. And yet it takes some degree of training to really come into that desirable condition. It is not my purpose in these letters to take up specifically the diseases of the brain and of the nervous system. I only desire to give general indications and warnings, and, for your encouragement, to point out that later, when the wise teachers move among men and openly teach in specific schools, many forms of brain trouble and of nervous complaints will be cured through meditation wisely adjusted to individual need. So, I think DK can accomplish what he has to here without getting into time-consuming detail. The general idea is what we need, and the teachers will again move with us on the outer plane, and they will know the meditative cure, antidote to the conditions which present when they examine our energy system. Proper meditations will be set to stimulate quiescent centers, to turn the inner fire to proper channels, to distribute the divine heat in equable arrangement, to build in tissue where there has been the damaging and burning through of protective tissue, and to heal. The time for this is not yet, though it lies not so far ahead as you might imagine. Well, we see that the cure, the antidote for those who can meditate correctly does come from within. And we know somehow how important it is for us to really learn how to meditate wisely, properly, and not carry to extremes any good method. The path of balance, the Libra rules the path. A beginning path, yes, and also the path to Shambhala. Libra rules. So it is a path of right proportion, which is followed when there is humility, an adjusted sense of right proportion. So, wisdom comes eventually, and excessive, overly focused, one-pointed application of energy, which deflects balancing conditions, that kind of focus is finally subdued. Okay, friends, so let's go on here to this third category of dangers. We've had dangers to the physical brain, dangers to the nervous system, and now dangers to the sex organs. The danger of the overstimulation of these organs is well recognized theoretically, and I do not purpose to enlarge on it greatly today. But I seek to point out that this danger is very real. The reason is that in the overstimulation of these centers, the inner fire is but following the line of least resistance, owing to the polarization of the race as a whole, which is largely emotional sacral, I would say. The work, therefore, of the student, that the student has to do is twofold. Okay, so let's get this pointed out. DK said that the sex problem is so severe that even the hierarchy does not know where it will end. And that's quite a statement. So it could really contribute to the downfall of humanity. The stories in the Bible concerning the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, well, if they are true, and it seems like they are true, makes you wonder about Lot and his family, and of course his wife, who looked backwards and turned symbolically anyway into a pillar of salt, representing the solidification of retrogression. It seemed like a wiping from the face of the earth of many abuses that were prevalent at that time. And I think the race as a whole cannot afford to fall back into that type of thought and behavior. The work, therefore, that the student has to do is twofold. Okay, number one, or A, he has to withdraw his consciousness from those centers. This is no easy task, for it means working against the results of age-long development. We might say the Lemurian phase is still foundational and with us. I think DK said that when 2/3 of humanity is really on the path, and that's before the Judgment Day, at the Judgment Day, all will be on the path, all that stay with the earth. Then the energy of the sacral center will be subdued and transferred planetarily more to the solar plexus center. And this will result in good results. It will have good results, considering the sexual expression at present, its mode at present. But people are lost, and what can you do? Except perhaps present the ageless wisdom, which will be harshly criticized for its stand on these matters. Like Alice Bailey, that prudish English woman, has written these things, not the Tibetan. Well, it speaks for itself. What else? So he has to withdraw his consciousness from those centers. First thing. B, he has to direct the attention of the creative impulse to the mental plane. This is the transference at the first initiation and even before of the sacral center energy to the throat center. We read about it so much. And in this, I think, lies a amelioration of the abuse of the sacral energy. It doesn't occur overnight, but we have to get with the program. And the program is designed by the Father in heaven. We can deviate, but we should not make excuses for our deviation. So he has to direct the attention of the creative impulse to the mental plane. In so doing, if successful, he will turn the activity of the divine fire to the throat center, yes, and its corresponding head center. And we have to learn the location of these interior head centers, instead of to the lower organs of generation, which so often are used simply in the pursuit of pleasure and to support the ego, lower ego. So turn the energy to the throat center instead of to the lower organs of generation. Therefore, it will be apparent to you why, unless a man is very advanced, it is not wise to spend much time in meditation during the early years when it is more difficult. Work with the physical body. Well, okay. Sorry. I sometimes think my codes are thus and so, and they're not. So When the sacral center is very strong, as it tends to be in youth, then excessive time spent in meditation can lead to this sexual overstimulation. Maybe not for such a person as Yogananda. He seemed to have been celibate all his life in a natural way and not through suppression. But then he was apparently Paramahamsa, a fourth degree initiate. Okay. There was wisdom in the old Brahmanical rule that a man must give his early years to household endeavor, and only then, when he had fulfilled his function as a man, which includes the sexual function, could he go on to the life of the devotee. This was the rule for the average. So we think about that. Naturally, the focus of energy changes as you get older and, starts to move upward towards the head center, which, at least for fairly advanced people and beyond, occurs at death, the centralization of the energy within the Brahmarandra chakra. With advanced egos, pupils and disciples, it is not so, and each must work out his own individual problem. So earlier in life, this regulation of the sexual energy must occur. The advanced types. Well, it all depends deeply upon one's values, and Taurus enters here. Maybe the transference from the sacral to the throat. Taurus seems to have something to do with both centers, as it tends to rule sex directly and is the normal ruler of the throat center. And maybe we're moving from a kind of lower Venusian expression into a Vulcanian expression. We don't hear of Vulcan being a very sexual being. Many things about him. He was thrown out of heaven or Mount Olympus because of his ugliness. I guess he went to the physical plane where he held sway, and his energy is upon the first ray, customarily considered. There are other rays involved. So the Tibetan is not going to tell us what to do here, and he's not going to, just as he will not make ironclad recommendations with respect to the diet, at least not in the books. He says something about it later in this book, Letters on Occult Meditation, but basically the habits of a lifetime are difficult to change, he tells us, and we have to work this out with some caution and discretion. All right, so that gives us yet a third type of danger. Well, we began with inhibition and atrophy, and then dangers to the physical body. I'm kind of determined here to find my code, but I'm not doing it too well. Then dangers to the nervous system, showing in disorganization and nervousness, kind of disintegrative nervousness. Then dangers to the, no, this is the physical brain, right? And then dangers to the sexual organs. We see so many people trapped in this, they barely know what has happened to them. They get swept along by this particular energy, which, as I say, is foundational, of very long duration, and will be with us for a long time, until the normal type of reproduction is no longer necessary. So many will be on the path, and other means of reproduction, interestingly, I think involving the voice, will take the place of the normal means of procreation. And then dangers arising from the karma of the student. Here he talks about the student. So, you know, these are people who will be meditating. They are spiritual aspirants and disciples. Before that point, we have what I might call acquisitive prayer. Oh God, give me this. Isn't there a song out that said, oh God, won't you get me or buy me a Mercedes Benz or something like that? Well, you know, it's a material travesty of what prayer is supposed to be, but naturally at first it's going to be self-centered, because the consciousness of the human being at that stage is self-centered. What else, what other self is there in the hall of ignorance? Certainly the higher self is not yet taken, understood, or credited with being a real factor. This is not where the consciousness is focused. But later, in the hall of learning, it's learning about the higher of the pairs of opposites, and in the hall of wisdom, it's the dominance of the higher of the pairs of opposites over the lower. And but also their productive fusion. We're not just cutting off the instrument from that which is to use the instrument. So then, and we'll study it now, the dangers from the karma of the student. So let's see what he means by that. These are, as you know, may be, there are mistakes in the CD-ROM, may be grouped under 3 heads as follows. Those incidental to the karma of the present life, those based on his national heredity and his type of body, those attendant on his group affiliations, whether on the physical plane and so exoteric, or on the subtle planes and so esoteric. Present karma, that we have generated in this life. And it can be the karma of a nation or the karma of a race within a nation, the karma of a people. What does he say about the Jews? A karmic clearing house. So when you're born in the Jewish milieu, with a Jewish body, a great deal of karma is presented to be worked off. And those attendant on the group affiliations, so we'll, see about that, political groups and, scholarly groups and financial groups and, all those characteristics that correlate with the rays as they have been expressed in various nations. Okay, so these three headings have to be considered when we're looking at dangers connected with the karma of the student. Self-generated, nationally referenced, and whether Occidental or Oriental or, the racial type of body, and what his groups have done, the groups with which he is naturally affiliated by progress, attainment, mistakes, and ray. So the first one then. Just what do we mean? Do you mean by the karma of the student? We use words lightly. This is one of his constant messages. Don't use words lightly and read carefully what he says. And I presume that the thoughtless reply would be that the student's karma is the inevitable happenings of the present or the future that he cannot evade. This is somewhat right, but is only one aspect of the whole. Let us look at the matter first in a large manner, for oft in the just apprehension of big outlines comes comprehension of the small. The thoughtless reply would be that the student's karma is the inevitable happenings of the present or the future, which he cannot evade, and we might say, much based upon past action. So he's going way back to the founding of the solar system. When our Logos founded the solar system, he drew within the circle of manifestation matter sufficient for his project and material adequate for the object that he had in view. This is the material side. But of course, matter is more than simply physical plane matter, but it does have to do, I suppose. Well, I don't think we can stop at the personality. There had to have been the substance of the higher planes gathered, just as in the second outpouring, 3 triadal permanent atoms are connected with the monad. And they have a higher range of activity than the strictly material substance aspect, the etheric physical, as we usually consider those words, material and substantial. He had not all possible objects in view for this one solar system, and that's a big hint that we too cannot jump on our horse and ride off in all directions simultaneously. We have to have a straight line goal, pretty much, toward a particular object to be accomplished. He had not all possible objects in view for this one solar system. When you realize that he will have had 6 or 7 incarnations as a solar logos, there is time for other objects to come into view. He had some specific aim that necessitated some specific vibration and required, therefore, certain differentiated material. So the important thing is that there is specification in what is the object of his purpose. And a particular aim became his objective, based upon larger plans, longer term plans. This circle that we term the systemic or solar ring pass knot bounds all that transpires within our system and contains within its bounds our dual manifestation. And it is a larger system with more planets than customarily considered. Not only are the asteroids significant, but the planetoids are significant, and even full-scale planets beyond the usual outer boundary of Pluto and certain associated planets and planetoids that show up in mythology and are named accordingly. Human beings thinking that they name these objects, but we're told because of the psychic power of these entities that they name themselves. Hard to fathom how that may be so, but the names given are so often appropriate to the kind of actions for which they are responsible. So, it seems maybe true, though strange, that these entities name themselves. Human beings think that they are doing the naming, when in fact an impressive thought, perhaps engineered by the entity itself, is that which directs towards a certain name. Lately around Pluto, certain planetoids, or maybe some of them even bigger than Pluto, are being found. They have funny names all associated, or to a great degree, with the underworld, a body called Nyx, and the ferry boatman, Charon, is there. There's also a planet in that vicinity called Eris, E-R-I-S, the planet of discord, I'm not sure that fits in with the subterranean mythology, but it certainly fits in with the beginning of the Trojan War. And there are planetoids, I think, called the Trojans and the Centaurs, many more bodies in our solar system, which may be spherical or may be more oval in some ways. That would have to be studied. But far more extensive and, extensive than we normally imagine. We once imagined that the outer boundary was Saturn, and for a long time, that idea was sustained. And still, in a way, is sustained in conventional Vedic astrology. Or is the outer bound Uranus, kind of the heavenly one, not visible with the naked eye? Or was it Neptune? And the latest to be discovered was Pluto, long considered then, for more than a century, the outer boundary of our system. But we also learned that there are planets mathematically, psychically, astrologically, and even astronomically determinable, occurring way beyond the orbit of Pluto, so that its period is roughly 360 years. And one of the periods in Charles Jane's book about the unknown planet seems to have a 1,500-year cycle, and other bodies with, that are very trans-Plutonian, and they have a certain cycle. There are the Uranian planets, they're called that, but I think they're pretty well trans-Plutonian. They seem to be very real and were determined by keen astrological observation, but not to be proven yet. There was a man, a German astrologer by the name of Witte, and I think he was in the trenches of World War I, and he just observed events and concluded the presence of these other, I guess they've been called Uranian planets, trans-Pluto and Zeus and what are they all? I have the list, but it's not in my memory. I think there are about 7 or 8. So all within that ring vibrates to a certain key measure. Maybe the note G, maybe, the note Sol, S-O-L, kind of a blue note, and conforms to certain rules with the aim in view of the achievement of a particular goal and the attainment of a certain end known in its entirety to the Logos himself. And by this we speak of the solar Logos and not the planetary Logos, who does not know in entirety. What is that key measure? And we can ask, is it the note G, a blue note? Or is it the less likely, I think, note A, and indigo note. Anyway, the solar system is a musical phenomenon, and it has various frequencies, though because it is not sacred, it is not yet harmonious within itself. And we find the same analogy for the microcosm man. The non-sacred one has not achieved the harmony. The lower personality expression has not achieved true harmony with the higher self, or higher selves, however we want to consider those higher aspects of our nature. All within that circle is subject to specific rules and governed by a certain key measure, and might be regarded as being subject to the karma of that sevenfold periodic existence, i.e., the solar logos, even if the seventh solar system is not a tangible solo cyclic system. So all within, let's call it a circle, is subject to specific rules, laws based upon the keynote, upon the key measure. And maybe the word measure in music, the word measure, where am I here? Oh, that was not measure. The word measure suggests certain cyclic rhythms, certain cycles within this great resounding system vibrating to the note Sol, S-O-L. And it is also the S-O-U-L solar system for our particular logos. So this sevenfold periodic existence, coming and going, appearing, disappearing into pralaya, re-emerging, and so forth, a number of times. The solar logos is this sevenfold periodic existence. Well, we're a long way from the seventh foldness of it. We're pretty much halfway through, and the number 4 is the important number with regard to the present time and our solar system. But when you look at the great galaxies and the far extents of space, you realize that great though they may be relative to our own tiny demonstration, our local solar system and even our local cosmos, cosmic logos, is a tiny entity. Okay, so, and might be regarded as being subject to the karma of that sevenfold periodic existence. We are all subject to solar logoic karma and actuated by causes dating back prior to the ringing of that circle, i.e., to a previous major solar system or to previous solar systems through which our solar logos took his earliest actuated by causes dating back prior to the ringing of that circle, thus linking our system to its forerunner, the system of Fa, as it's called, and the note F and the color green, and affiliating it with that which will come after. What will come after our 6th and 7th solar systems. Okay. Not an isolated unit are we, but part of a greater whole, governed in our totality by cosmic law, the laws of the cosmic logos in which we in our system live and move and have our being as basically a heart center and its aspects. Not an isolated unit are we, but part of the greater whole, a greater whole, governed in our totality by cosmic law. So far, 3 have been revealed, 1 is pending. The law of economy, first, the law of attraction and repulsion, second, and finally, the law of synthesis. So we are part of a greater whole, and we might even call it a kind of one about whom naught may be said. Maybe a little bit is said. Just as for the true one about whom naught may be said, with constellations as their chakras, something comprehensible is said, but we can't penetrate very deep. We may know the keynote of our own system, but do we know the keynote of the cosmic logos in which our system holds place? And do we know the keynote of the one about whom naught may be said? And I think the answer is no, we do not know, but maybe someone knows. Not an isolated unit are we, but part of a greater whole, governed in our totality by cosmic law, and working out as a whole certain definite aims. Okay. These are big matters, but tiny in terms of the whole cosmos, still to us big. A bigger range of thought than we are accustomed to think. And the rigidity of the concrete mind is such that it does not want its protective barriers broken. And so will resist the larger thoughts. You kind of think about the church of the year 1600 and the Counter-Reformation, and what happened to the genius Giordano Bruno. Basically, he was, well, he was attacked for many reasons. He was a master of sarcasm with respect to the church and its limited thinking, but he proposed a very large universe. And his thoughts were quite contemporary concerning the speed of light. Maybe he didn't have the figures, but he knew that somehow that the light reaching us apparently simultaneously had left from different sources at different times. For his efforts to expand the mind and our conception of the universe, they burnt him at the stake, and they put a gag in him so he could not exclaim or proclaim any thoughts. I think Joan of Arc did not have that gag, and she said things from the pyre which led the people attending to say, "We have burnt a saint." But Bruno was shut up, and his expansions of the concrete mind were negated, not accepted by the church. Interesting that Annie Besant had the thought that she had been a Giordano Bruno. I'm not sure that's really true. The reason being, of course, the ray, I think. I think Bruno was a great third ray thinker and had the fourth ray for drama and so forth. A philosopher and something of a scientist, and pretty obvious that Annie Besant was on the first ray. The ray language helps us determine whether our thoughts of having spent an incarnation as a particular figure in the past is likely or erroneous. And so often, if the ray does not match, the assessment that we were thus and so a person will also be erroneous. I mean, you couldn't have a mild, agreeable second-ray scholar saying he was Julius Caesar. The rays simply wouldn't fit. But for someone like HPB, the idea that she had been Cagliostro, which is confirmed by, I think, Master M and maybe by DK, that did not seem unreasonable. There was some kind of ray correlation going on there, which would make it reasonable, because some energy tendencies just do not tend to change, and therefore have to span the gap from incarnation to incarnation. And even when an egoic ray does change, it's not as if all the experience on the previous egoic ray is lost or is not foundational. It's still there and still can be activated, even though a modification is occurring. In other words, many second-ray people carry a sixth-ray past. Many first-ray people carry a seventh-ray past, or maybe a fifth-ray past, and so forth. Let's look here at microcosmic purpose. realizing we are but part of a greater whole, governed in our totality by cosmic law and working out certain definite aims. Sometimes we just have to get it, you know. We have a lot of words, but understanding intuitively that it is so, that's another matter. And somehow we know when we've gotten it. We're not fooling ourselves. There is an impression that rings true in the intuitive sense. And we have appreciated the truth of the words we are using. Let us go on then to microcosmic purpose. So it is with the microcosm. The ego on his own plane, what is that plane? Buddhic at the moment, with a projection of the angel of the presence into the higher mental. Certainly the entirety of the solar angel is not existing on the higher mental plane in the causal body. It's a form which could not contain the entire power of a solar angel, but, you know, as stated, having pervaded the entire universe with a fragment of myself, I, the solar angel, remain, and that fragment is as much of its presence as can be accommodated by the egoic lotus, which basically it has built out of higher mental substance. All of this is the future for us as we begin to be able to see these things and register them for ourselves. It's great to have a teacher that advises us accurately what we can expect, but the map is not the country. So it is with the microcosm. The ego, on his own plane and on a tiny scale, repeats the action of the logos. And I think, you know, here we mean solar logos. Certainly the ego is a solar factor and is kind of like a ray from the great solar angel, which provides cosmic solar angelic functions for the solar logos. Apparently it is so that our solar logos also needs the presence of a solar angel of the scale that is appropriate to the solar logos's magnitude of development. And does this mean, you know, just the way human beings have failed in relation to the moon chain, and our planetary logos has failed in relation to the moon chain, that somehow in this solar system, or maybe in the previous one, there has been a general failure of the solar logos in some sense that is not given to us and which we cannot define. But generally, or often, the calling in of solar angels is a result of the need for their bridging function. They supply something that has not yet been built but should have been built. In the case of man, it's the higher mental body. It has not been built, and the solar angel substitutes itself, and therefore functions connected with a higher mental body can be executed. Well, one day we'll have the advantage of accurate psychic historical investigation, and we can read the record and see how things truly transpired. Okay, for certain ends, he, meaning the ego, I suppose, well, let's see, he builds a certain form. He gathers certain material and aims at a definite consummation that shall be the result of that gathered material vibrating to a certain measure, which it does not in the beginning, governed in one specific life by certain rules and aiming at some one particular object, not all possible objects. You know, sometimes when the ray is the third, DK advises the individual, why don't you just focus on one of the many possible streams of thought or action that you are entertaining and actually manifest that instead of being filled with endless possibility, none of which possibilities are actualized in the long run. So it's a corrective for the third-rate tendency of, you know, diversification and keeping everything mental, and obviously the fifth and seventh ray, if added to that third, will help a lot in concretizing a certain line of thought or intended behavior. So the Solar Logos does this. For certain ends, he builds a certain form, he gathers certain material, as does the lower ego, and aims at a definite consummation that shall be the result of that gathered material vibrating to a certain measure. So what we have here, again, the specificity of objective, because there has to be a practicality about the manifestational process. It's one thing to carry all those thoughts and another thing to do something constructive with even a couple of them. We all have liabilities, you know, according to our ray. And that non-manifestational diversification is a liability for the third ray. Once it decides on a method of manifestation, it can use its capability of drawing in many subsidiary energies which assist in that specific manifestation. But a decision must be made. And I like the way DK does this. He aims at a definite consummation that shall be the result of that gathered material vibrating to a certain measure. So in the beginning, in the creation of a causal body, egoic lotus, there's not much there. Neither a high vibration nor many radiatory colors or sounds. But the vibration increases, and at a certain point, it is of sufficient intensity of radiation that its objective has been accomplished, and it can be destroyed because it is now a container which prevents future acquisition from occurring. Inside the temple, you can reach many beautiful things, but not those energies which represent the next step. And of course, the difficulty is attachment to the temple. That's why the rich young man went sadly away when the Christ said, take what you have, sell it, give the money to the poor, and follow me. That's a big decision, and there are some who do go temporarily, of course, sadly away. It's a bit like Joan of Arc in a certain sense. She was subdued by the church and its judgmental powers, and she was commanded to dress like a woman and not as a man. She had a lot of Leo and Capricorn in her nature from the most accepted horoscopes about her. And reluctantly, she put on the clothes of a woman. And somehow, deep down, knew she was selling out. Because it was a horrific thing, you know. I mean, these days, if they put you to death, you know, it's an injection, it's a shot, it's a current, it's quick. But to be burnt to death, you know, horrific. So being human, she acquiesced, she relinquished her sort of leadership role, symbolized by men's clothing. She was not the conventional woman. And she wore the woman's clothing. But when morning came, she was discovered again in men's clothing, because the battle internal had occurred and she realized that she was relinquishing her duty, and she chose a not very enviable fate. I wonder if the French ever forgive the English for, you know, burning a great saint. But on the other hand, would she have been a great saint if not for that type of execution? Now, why have I been saying all that? I'm sure someone knows. We learn that we have to present ourselves in a certain way. It's that way in society also. We step out of the commonly assigned Saturnian roles, step out of the conformity, and we alienate those who hold fast to the conformity. But recrimination occurs, and we get back on the path, and we resume the self-presentation which alienates others and even threatens our own life, which is what she did. So this is how it is for the destruction of the egoic lotus. That original colorless ovoid becomes a thing of rare beauty, vibrating, radiating. And eventually, when it reaches its designated point of frequency, it is destroyed. The vehicle is destroyed. And, you know, maybe it can be argued that Joan of Arc took a fourth initiation in that way, on the sixth ray. Her idealism, her warriorship triumphed. and she would not subside into a conventionality which did not advance her cause. But after a struggle, it was, you know. And thus it is with the rich young man, the rich young woman, the rich one. Thus it is that there will be such a struggle between, do I go ahead or do I subside into a safe conventionality? The temptation to subside is there, but then the nausea of having gone backward is there too. So we either face our fear and go forward, or we fall back into containment and experience the nausea of retrogression. Each personality is to the ego what the solar system is to the logos. So let us say a solar system is like a personality, and the egoic nature of the solar logos and its triadal or monadic nature are super solar systemic. They are not what we call the solar system. Oftentimes, solar system simply means the etheric physical nature, but it will be extended to include the entire personality nature, I think, of the solar logos. And so its cosmic astral body and its cosmic lower mental body will be included eventually in what we call solar systemic. Right now, the only thing we are including is the dense physical nature, which is a veil upon what's there etheric physically, so much more than simply the density. But then we have to spend the Aquarian age lifting the veil from our materialistic blindness, which causes us to think that only that which the normal and crude senses register is real. Now, already through the discovery of atomic energy and even through the proof of the E=mc² formula, or through the horrific dropping of the bomb and killing thousands instantaneously, already the death blow to materialism has been struck. And that which was most commonly found in the previous major solar system is no longer considered real in the sense in which it is presented to our senses. So our consciousness is becoming more etherically perceptive, and we're told there will be many changes in the ethers themselves and an activation which will make them easier to register. That's coming, and many other people even now who have that kind of ability. So we're on our way towards a more subtle apprehension. And already the work with the psyche, as in the work of Carl Jung, particularly, I'm thinking, in his depth psychology, is somehow revealing the reality of the astral level of the personality. There's a way to get in there and to see what is there in the collective unconsciousness of humanity. all the many thought forms, many illusions, many glamorous forms, but whatever the content of the causal body, excuse me, astral body is, we get to see it, to view it directly, and for those who can wake up on the inner side, we get to study these phenomena. And more that will be an ability. Those two areas particularly are undergoing investigation as to what may be the geometrizing of the mental body. Maybe that lies farther ahead as the race becomes more mentally focused. Okay, so each personality is to the ego what the solar system is to the logos. And, there are, of course, many more personalities for a man than there are for the long enduring personality of the solar logos. 6 or 7 for him, and for us, thousands. We don't know how many because, it's always possible to evolve more rapidly, as Venus has done. And who knows, maybe as Sirius has done, being a major sacred star, a major sun, a sacred sun, whereas our solar logos, Sol, S-O-L, or Helios, is not. It is his field of manifestation, that is, the personality is, and the method whereby he attains a demonstrable object. It's in a way on the third aspect of divinity. All personalities are, regardless of their ray. Generically, they are connected with the great third ray. So something has to demonstrate coming out of the gifts and the accumulations of the causal body, egoic lotus. That aim may be the acquirement of virtue by paying the price of vice. The old saying, the greatest sinner makes the greatest saint. And I think I'll put it down as memorable, probably true. Alice Bailey wasn't so keen on saints per se. She didn't want to be a stupid saint. And at first I said, well, this is sacrilegious, but that term saint gets kind of a holy glow around it and prevents us from acknowledging that in many saints, something is missing. And it's often the intellect. It may be the attainment of business acumen by the struggle to provide the necessities of life. People are born into poverty and they achieve great wealth. They are so motivated and they develop the ability to calculate, to foresee, to detect how to fulfill a need commercially. They provide a desirable, something desired, and they meet a need with that desirable. And it takes a lot of intelligence to do that. So it may be, let's just say that this demonstrable object can be virtue. That's first one mentioned, virtue. And business acumen is another one mentioned. Depends on what ray you come in on. And we, it's just one of those success stories. Born with nothing, acquiring virtually everything. It may be the development of sensitiveness by revealing the cruelties of nature. And on our first ray planet, it is said that nature is red in tooth and claw. I forget who said that. But there'll be a way to find out. Let's see here. Red in tooth and claw, in memoriam. The poem by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Another much quoted phrase from the poem is, nature is red in tooth and claw, found in Canto 56. Looks like referring to humanity who trusted God was love, and love, creation's final law, though nature red in tooth and claw. And let's see here. And is it? No, it's not Tennyson. It's Arthur Henry Hallam. The death of Hallam and Tennyson's attempt to cope with this remain the strand that ties all of this together. And let's see if we can. In Memoriam is a poem by the British poet. No. Let me try to be clear. It's a poem by the British poet Alfred Lord Tennyson, published in 1850. It is a requiem for the poet's beloved Cambridge friend, Arthur Henry Hallam, who died suddenly of a cerebral hemorrhage in Vienna, 1833, aged 22. It contains some of Tennyson's most accomplished lyrical work and is an unusually sustained exercise in lyric verse. Is widely considered to be one of the greatest poems of the 19th century, In Memoriam. And well, that's the picture of the man. Be interesting to see the horoscope, but I cannot diverge. So the development of sensitiveness by revealing the cruelties of nature. And I think there's a lot of people in movements to defend animals from such cruelties. And, whether it's, so many animals are killed for various purposes. I'm thinking particularly of the great animals high on the evolutionary ladder, elephants, the great apes, horses, wild horses, even dogs. Now, in China, at last, Dog eating has been discouraged, and dogs are considered to be now companions. It's just inconceivable how one can take an animal so close to the human state of consciousness and treat it just as meat. But there is a lack of sensitiveness in so many people. There's a lot of hunting of wild boars. You know, they are a dangerous animal, and they do overpopulate certain areas and cause great damage to the farmers and others with agricultural intentions. I saw a bow and arrow hunter, you know, he was mad, totally mad, either that or a very good actor. And he just was into his hunting sport, and every kill was for him some kind of exaltation. And you see these people going out and getting trophy animals. Of course, the psychology is understood. They have this within them, and they seek to conquer the animal nature, even as the bullfighters do. But some elevation of estimation of the value of these animals has to be with us. And they have to be trained and domesticated if they're close enough to that stage. And they can be if we care enough. They don't have to live just a life that's useless in terms of humanity, nor do they have to be processed just for food. They can be taught, and the fifth ray can get into the act, and it will help with the individualization. So sensitiveness may be the goal. You know, how to become a humanitarian? Well, look at some of the horrors of war and the tortures and what people have been submitted to, and say never again, you know, this cannot happen. And by revealing the cruelties of nature, it may be the building of unselfish devotion by the appeal of needy dependence, building in of unselfish devotion. Sometimes you just have to take care of people. There is no other choice. I had a relative whose half-brother was a scientific mathematical genius with a kind of schizophrenic condition, and he couldn't take care of himself. And basically it became the lifelong duty of this relative to see after his brother. Maybe quite a number of us are born with a relationship to someone who needs our devotion unselfishly sustained. There's not necessarily anything wrong with it. You know, sometimes we don't know the karma, and we don't know what it can build in us. The soul has great devotion, and the monad is a lord of ceaseless, persevering devotion. I believe that's the quote. Devotion is not just a fanatical personality response. It works from above downward too, from a higher point of tension to a lower. Or it may be the transmutation of desire by the method of meditation on the path. Because normal desire will give way to something far more spiritual, and so he kind of closes with something that is understood by all of us, the transmutation of lower desire into aspiration and into accomplishing, achieving a higher point of attention. What I want to impress upon you, okay, it is for each soul to find out. And notice, it is the word soul. Mere personality inquiry will not reveal the truth. It will reveal something if the person is intelligent, but not the deeper truth. So, being a soul, we have to find out what is our sole objective. And if you find yourself doing something with great ardor and devotion, and with insistence that it must be done, you can be sure that somehow in the not too distant past, the opportunity to do so was refused. And maybe you were working against the very thing that you now so ardently pursue. Some, people are compelled to work with groups that have not as much reincarnational experience. They may even be born into those groups, but oftentimes they go there and feel the compulsion to assist the less experienced group rise. It can happen relative to the Aboriginals, the Bushmen, the obvious remnants of Lemuria, at least in terms of the body, those who incarnated later. Why? Were they the abusers of those very same groups? That movie with Robert De Niro called The Mission, well, it's a double entendre. It's, the mission has to do with establishing a spiritual headquarters, but it also has to do with a destiny. And he, in a fit of jealous rage, he killed his brother, and he spent the rest of the time atoning for that. It was so interesting. One of his modes of atonement was very symbolic. He put into some kind of net heavy stones, the burden of his conscience, we might say, and he dragged them everywhere. Everywhere he went, he carried that burden. And when it came to the colonization by Portugal of the native cultures of Brazil, he had been against that. He had been, well, for the colonization, but he completely switched to a defending and humanitarian position. So great moments when dire decisions are made and realizations come. My old teacher used to tell me about a certain judge who had basically been a kind of hanging judge, always meting out the most severe punishments. And something snapped in him. And, I don't think he really did the right thing. He did commit suicide, but the Bible was found open to the quotation having to do with the handwriting on the wall. In Babylon, the fall of Babylon, under Darius, was it? And the statement was, you have been weighed in the balance and found wanting. These realizations come, but of course, it's better to turn around and repent rather than get into a paroxysm of self-hatred and eliminate the opportunity to correct. Master Moria says, don't talk to us about, well, repentance or forgiveness, or talk to us about corrective action. When you realize that you've done wrong, follow the mode of corrective action. At least you're doing something on behalf of the plan rather than simply escaping through self-hatred into suicide and so forth. But then we need the doctrine of reincarnation to explain many things. So the proof of that will be life-changing for the human race. So it is for each soul to find out what objective, super objective, we might say, in terms of acting, with many lesser objectives to support it. What objective drove the soul into incarnation, as the soul in incarnation? I'll give you, well, self-examples, but, I'd always been a musician and a singer and a director and actor, maybe, but more a singer. And it was a fanatical purpose, living out what had been a tendency in a previous incarnation. And then something happened. You meet people and you hear of a different stream of thought. And at a certain point, I just realized that to teach and spread the knowledge of the ageless wisdom wherever I can find a response, that was it. And that was a direct imitation of Master DK in his extract from a writing by the Tibetan, which is found in almost all the books. So Master Moria praises the Imitation of Christ as a great book by Thomas à Kempis, but for me, it was the Imitation of DK. Devotion, yes, and realization, that's it. That's the objective which drives this incarnation. And all those tendencies towards musical expression and whatnot, they have faded. Not before writing some astrological operas for students, but that was my bridge. But we all have that super objective, if we can find it. So, to meditate on it and to write it down and to realize, what is your life objective here? What is the theme of this life? What are you trying to do that really is of help? Now, for someone who is as passionate as I am about spreading the knowledge of the ageless wisdom, I must have blocked it in some manner at some point. I just know and Alice Bailey herself, she said, well, look, I just have this horrible feeling of having failed the master in the past. Maybe all of us have that horrible feeling at some point. But then we can make those shortcomings long goings, and we correct, we turn around, and we do differently. Everybody can, if they realize what's at stake. What I want to impress upon you, he says, is the fact that there is a certain danger incident to this very factor. All right, danger is in red. I wish I had a broad selection of colors here to do a little subtext about the theme of the various sentences. If, for instance, in the acquirement of the mental capacity to meditate, the student misses the very thing he came into the physical body to acquire, the result is not so much a gain as an unequal development and a temporary loss of time. So we flee into meditation from the acquisition that should have been our objective. We flee into meditation, retreating from the acquisition which was our impelling objective. I mean, it's of importance, but we, create an imbalance. And if we create an imbalance, we have to rebalance later, and a loss of time will supervene. So we, we must not, in seeking accomplishment in meditation, create a time-wasting imbalance which needs to be corrected. Let us be specific and illustrate. An ego has formed his threefold body of manifestation and set his ring-pass knot with the purpose in view of building into his causal body the faculty of apprehension of the basic facts of life. Now you pretty much think this must be Ray 5. Perhaps, I think so. Maybe we can find the mistakes that we make, and correct them. Yeah, but something happens here. The object of that one incarnation is to develop the mental capacity of the student, to teach him concrete facts and science, and thus to enlarge the content of his mental body with a view to future work. He may be overdeveloped on the heart side, too much of the devotee. He may have spent many lives in dreaming dreams and in seeing visions and in mystic meditation. Well, maybe that's not such a far-fetched example for many of us. You can tell sometimes, what rays are missing. They're not really missing, but they're not emphasized, and they're not in balance with other rays. Not that everyone has to have the same ray makeup, but there should be some kind of balance. Anyway, it looks like Ray 5 is desirable, but the tendency was on the soft line, more Neptunian than Mercurian Saturnian, if I can use the astrological allusions, not illusions, but allusions. To be practical, full of common sense, maybe British, common sense of the Brit, very Taurian, Ray 5, Venus, Taurus. To be practical, full of common sense, to know the curriculum of the Hall of Learning, and to apply practically the knowledge learnt on the physical plane is his great need. I think, this applies to maybe a lot of us. Maybe the way we use Ray 5, it may be involved in the teaching, but not necessarily in the handling of normal life circumstances. We sense a deficiency. I know I do, I don't have to turn the room around to put in a light bulb, but sometimes I've had to grab myself and just say, okay, read the manual, something I loathe to do, whereas the fifth-rate type will find out, how it works. I remember once buying an encyclopedia of technology. I think it was called How It Works. It was an act of deliberate balancing. I don't think I read very much in it, but just having the book felt like an act of balance. The practical side, the mechanistic side of the fifth ray, which tends to bore me and repel me. And maybe some of you are that way too, and maybe not, much to your credit. Yet even though his ring pass not seems to proscribe, that is, repel or negate, proscribe and limit his inherent tendencies. And even though the stage is set so that it would seem he must learn the lessons of practical living in the world, he learns not, but follows what is to him the line of least resistance. It's a bit like the four functions of Carl Jung, the thinking, the feeling, the sensation, the intuitive feeling, sensation, and thinking types. The superior function and the inferior function, and defaulting to the superior function just because it's developed and easier, and not deliberately cultivating what, at least in one life, turns out to be an inferior function. Now, whether that function is stored in the causal body somehow and could be activated, I guess we have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But I know, in my own life, I had to make myself pick up the paintbrush, the hammer, the screwdriver, the drill, the tool, the fifth ray implement. I had to force myself to do that. And I still don't like it. Obviously an inferior function. And, I designed the PIP test to try to detect those things, and the mechanical side of ray 5 is very low. The accuracy side is high, what I call the 5A rather than the 5B. So we all have these different tendencies and strands, and they're connected with various planets and with signs of the zodiac. And we have to round ourselves out eventually. Not that every causal body has to look the same in the end. It cannot, will not. There's still specialization of labor, division of labor. There has to be. Otherwise, there can be no deep specialization, and that's needed. But it cannot be a real imbalance so that whole tendencies are just, valuable tendencies are missing, and you just throw up your hands and say, well, I don't do that. It's a bit like saying, well, that's the way I am. Somebody points out a fault in your nature, and you say, well, I'm sorry, that's just the way I am. It's a good way of defending our glamours. Or, well, that's how I think, without looking at it, defending our illusions. So, he dreams his dreams and stays aloof from world affairs. He does not fulfill the desire of the ego, but misses opportunity. He suffers much, and in the next life is necessitated a similar staging. and a stronger urge, and a closer ring past knot. The noose gets tighter until he complies with the will of his ego. And I must say, as unpleasant, well, I won't leave it that way, as initially unpleasant as that may seem. So the noose tightens, the boundary tightens. There's less and less opportunity for escape. The incarnation is staged so that those lacks, that which is missing, can be compensated. And I'm sure that if we're honest, each one of us knows what it is that needs compensation. We have to investigate what's missing. We oftentimes hear people say, something's missing in that person. Well, it's probably a literal truth that in the causal body, it's not that there is a vice, but there is a space where there should be a virtue, and that space is not filled with quality. I think sometimes, even if there is the ability within the causal body, a person is given an assignment that looks like fanaticism, but they just must carry it out, because another way of looking at it is it could be redressing an imbalance. It looks like fanaticism now, but it's supplying what was really missing, and in a short period of time. So people superficially judge and say, well, person's always like that. They just have no interest in anything but blah, 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 whatever it is. There was one man, LTSK, in the Tibetan group. He says, the only thing that interests you is pushing my books, peddling my books, publishing my books, speaking of my books. For that man, it was not desirable. Plus his own inflations regarding his scientific abilities. He just needed more of the second-rate psychology, which he didn't have, but in the next life, after the one impending, his personality would be, says the Tibetan, on the second ray, and that would help to supply the psychology which was not part of his makeup. For such an one, meditation helps not, but mainly hinders. And we might say, if used as an escape, meditation helps not, but mainly hinders. As before I have said, meditation, to be wisely undertaken, is for those who have reached a point in evolution where the rounding out of the causal body is somewhat matured, and where the student is in one of the final grades in the hall of learning and ready to transfer through the first initiation into the hall of wisdom. Well, what is that? I'm really curious. I know, HOWS. Could be. Well, it's not there, but it could be. So let's call it HOWS, and we'll call it Hall of Wisdom. It's a code that could be used often enough, and there's no such word as how. How's Hall of Wisdom via the bridge of Pisces, from the mutable cross into the fixed cross. So that's who meditation is for, not only in the Hall of Wisdom, but meditation preparatory to entering the Hall of Wisdom. So meditation must not be, in short, a great escape and, a flight into interesting things that are not germane to the building process which the soul intends. The personality is always free to escape. You need to remember that I refer not here to the mystic meditation, but to the scientifically occult meditation. That is a higher form. The dangers, well, I'm going to make this also the yellow of the mind and the intuition. The dangers are therefore practically those of wasted time, of an intensification of a vibration out of all proportion to the key of the other vibrations, and of an unequal rounding out and a lopsided building that will necessitate reconstructing in other lives. There's no way to avoid some kind of beauty of form. Remember that every life produces the geometrical figure, and that at first they're not necessarily very pleasant to look at. And eventually, instead of lopsidedness and ungainliness and lack of proportionality, we have to build in greater beauty somehow. So far we have these particular dangers. And now comes another type. Dangers based on national heredity and type of body. He's often distinguishing between the Eastern and Western body. Is he not? And make this a little bigger and less less thick. So we've dealt with this karmic situation, and we've seen that we must not evade our karma. We've seen that we must not flee into meditation as an escape. Which is easy to do, as the student of esotericism may have quite a bit of interest in abstraction and in creating the higher contacts, and miss the lesson which comes from the staging. Maybe I shouldn't be doing so much self-disclosure here, but I was born into a family with so much Capricorn, and they all were really practical. My father could build anything. My uncle was an air conditioning engineer. My grandmother was medically inclined. can't really speak of my mother. I didn't know her that well, but let's just say later also surrounded by practical people. Well, a lesson is supposed to be learned, right? Somehow a difficult lesson for me. So I forced myself to learn it under some circumstances, but still have the tendency to escape into philosophy. And at least I try to make something concrete out of that in terms of books and imparted information. But I know it's not the same as picking up a hammer or a drill. So probably all of us, in a way, we know what's missing. And I do think, that in some ways the PIP test is very good at showing the relative balance of what may be missing. You don't want to have a top with no bottom, You've got to be able to put your feet on the ground. At the same time, a lot of people are so on the ground that they can't put their head and heart into the skies. So heaven and earth, the highest and the lowest meet. It's coming in the seventh ray age, and a new form of spiritual practicality, I think, will take over. So danger is based on national heredity and type of body. As you may well imagine, it is not my purpose to enlarge upon the dangers incidental to a defective body, save in general terms to lay down the ruling that where there is definite disease, congenital trouble, or mental weakness of any kind, meditation is not the part of discretion, but may serve to intensify the trouble. And this is maybe hard to take. When must one refrain from meditation because of these karmic conditions that are inherited? Of course, with mental weakness, what does he mean? Probably there are not so many people who are mentally weak who desire to meditate, but maybe there are some, and they wouldn't be capable of the kind of occult meditation that he is teaching. And if the meditation is going to harm your heart or your brain in some way because of a defect, well, the ring pass knot has been drawn tight indeed, and you have to deal with the obvious. This is to be learned. I was seeing the other day that a woman who had been totally paralyzed, she was an artist, they had some kind of technology. She could move her eyes, and she could paint with her eyes, eye movements. Extraordinary what that kind of technology can do. The ring pass knot was very tightly binding, but she found a way. And in the movie My Left Foot, was it Daniel Day-Lewis, great actor, that's how he could paint, with his left foot. So people overcome. I had a friend back in music school. He was born blind, but what an ear. He could hear everything in music. And, I think he had perfect pitch and the most acute ability to analyze musical presentations. The ring pass knot was drawn tight around him, and then he learned to listen. Sometimes when you're denied the functionality of a particular sense, you have to develop the other senses. That's the drawing tight of the ring past knot. And I warn people and myself, be careful what you escape, because the ring past knot can force you in the future to confront the very acquisitions which you avoided acquiring in this life in terms of qualities. I wish specifically, he says, to point out for the guidance of future students and as a prophetic statement that in days to come, when the science of meditation is more comprehended, two factors will be wisely weighed and considered before assigning meditation. I guess, it kind of shows you we're in the ABCs phase of our meditative understanding. So much will be improved upon, and the efficacy of our meditative practices will be greatly increased. These factors are the man's sub-race characteristics. We're all pretty much in the Aryan race at this time. Not all, but that doesn't mean we all have the Aryan consciousness, which again has nothing to do with the Hitleric perversion of the idea. And his type of body, whether it is Oriental or Occidental. So these are two factors which are of great importance. And certainly, if you compare the Celtic subrace with the Teutonic subrace, big differences in temperament, right? And I suppose in the sixth root subrace coming, again, big differences. And, you go into any one of the subraces of the Aryan race, let us say, and you will find noteworthy differences. And I guess all of those have to be taken into consideration when assigning meditation. It certainly should make us humble, don't you think, when we think that anybody can meditate on anything in any way they choose, or in the way a teacher generally chooses, and have the kind of good effects that happen when a living teacher in presence who can see causally can assign the meditation. Causal meditation, followed by causal sight. These are destined desirables. In this way, certain disasters, I guess the field is littered with them. The road is littered with disasters. It reminds me of the Oregon Trail where, getting out to the west there, what was it? Every 10 feet, someone is buried. A grave. 10 feet, it seems. Is that possible? But anyway, it was a short distance along the trail, burials. In this way, certain disasters will be avoided and certain troubles obviated that are now found in a more or less degree in every occult group. So DK knows the depth of the subject and the danger, and he's doing everything he can to forewarn. So we are being cautiously forewarned, and only fools will reject the warning. But sometimes in our enthusiasm, we do become foolish. It is generally recognized that each race has for its predominant feature some one outstanding quality of the emotional body. This is the general rule. In contrasting the Italian and the Teutonic, well, there you go, you see. There's the Celtic and versus the Teutonic, the fifth, the four versus the five, or the Irish. Look at the battle there between Ireland and England. The Celtic versus the Teutonic subraces. In contrasting the Italian and the Teutonic racial differences, those differences are summed up in our minds in terms of the emotional body. And that's interesting. Emotional body has for its predominant feature some one outstanding quality of the emotional body, I guess. Well, maybe even the thinking as well, I suppose. But okay, this has to do with our emotions. And of course, you know, the Teutonic is the most recent subrace. Sometimes, of course, you can find a long reincarnating Mediterranean type in the northern countries. And they're placed there probably to acquire some kind of volatility that they have been missing, or rather, non-volatility. They've had the Mediterranean volatility, and now they need to have the kinds of emotions that support a more level response. We think of the Italian as fiery, romantic, unstable, and brilliant. Fourth ray. Huh? We think of the Teuton as phlegmatic, matter-of-fact, sentimental, and stolidly, logically clever. Okay, these are, you know, that joke I told the other day about heaven and hell in Europe. It always amuses me, living now in Europe as I do. You know, that how does it go? It's about police, cooks, mechanics, lovers, and organizers. Heaven, the place where the police are British, the cooks are French, the mechanics are German, the lovers are Italian, and it's all organized by Swiss. Now you can imagine what hell is. Hell is where the police are German. The cooks are English, British. Someone's going to suggest, rebel, maybe Gordon Ramsay. The mechanics are French, we're in hell. The lovers are Swiss, and it's all organized by the Italians. Right there, the ray differences are so stark, you know. And, you know, the various people in these countries, they'll be amused by it for the most part. I mean, no criticism. It's just such a contrast, and we could include maybe other countries. Lately, we should say hell is where discipline is practiced by the Americans. But the disease will have its disciplinary effect regardless of the adolescent response to it. So these are the contrasts here. Fiery, romantic, unstable, brilliant, and the Teuton not so responsive, rather phlegmatic, more of the earth perhaps. Matter of fact, fifth ray, the sentimentality is interesting. It's not any kind of flaring type of emotion, but it's some kind of backward-looking attachment, and stolidly, immovably, logically clever, using the inventive nature of the fifth ray. It will therefore be apparent to you that these different temperaments carry with them their own danger, and that in the unwise pursuit of unsuitable meditations, virtues could be emphasized till they approximated vices. Temperamental weaknesses could be intensified till they became menaces, and consequently, lack of balance would result, always a no-no, would result, instead of that attainment of equilibrium and that fine rounding out of the causal body, which is one of the aims in view, not the only aim, but one of the aims. Well, we have to know who we're dealing with, don't we? And we don't want to have meditations assigned that exaggerate or minimize simply because we have not studied the temperamental type of individual. And I wonder how many of us who have assigned meditations have done that. It's not really one size fits all, and yet one hardly dares. One hardly dares to assign individual meditations because not enough is known until etheric vision is with us, and even more so causal consciousness of an accurate kind, not just fanciful. How does one dare to go very deep in the assignment of individual meditations? Maybe one can experiment with oneself, and it becomes possible to supplement where supplementation is needed and to compensate. When therefore the wise teacher, how often he repeats this, moves among men and himself apportions meditation, these racial differences will be weighed and their inherent defects will be offset and not intensified. Overdevelopment and disproportionate attainment will be obviated by the equalizing effect of occult meditation. We have an instance going on today where a very famous rap singer, who's great at what he does, is trying to run for president of the United States. Well, he's a victim of a manic depressive, apparently the victim of a manic depressive state. And, almost like medical, needing lithium or something. Who knows? I'm not the doctor here, but the inappropriateness of where some people put themselves and the inappropriateness of where some guides put their students, those mistakes have to be corrected. So we do not make matters worse. Isn't it the Hippocratic oath where you have to begin as a medical practitioner by swearing that you will do no harm, at least knowingly? Meditation as followed now and as followed in Atlantean days differs fundamentally. Maybe some are still following Atlantean meditations. Those things tend to be inherited. In the fourth root race, an effort was made to facilitate attainment via the atomic subplane from the emotional plane to the intuitional to the practical exclusion of the mental. It followed the lines of the emotions and had a definite effect on the emotional body. It worked upwards towards the emotional instead of, as now, working on mental planes, and from those levels making the effort to control the two lower planes. Well, I think, there are still people following mystic meditation who will do something of that nature. We're not over with that yet. And true mental meditation is still something of a rarity. In the Aryan root race, the attempt is being made to bridge the gap between the higher and the lower, and by centering the consciousness in the lower mind and later in the causal, he says that brings success, to tap the higher until the downflow from that higher will be continuous. With most of the advanced students at present, all that is felt is occasional rushes of illumination, but later will be felt a steady irradiation. So I would use the orange color if I could, but I can't. I'll just use yellow. The attempt is being made to bridge the gap between the higher and the lower, and by the centering the consciousness in the lower mind, the point of projection, you might say, and later, if we can, in the causal body, to tap the higher until the downflow from that higher will be continuous and not just spasmodic, intermittent. And with most students, what we have now is occasional rushes of illumination, ahas, but not continuously. But later will be felt a steady irradiation of the soul, or by the triad, even by the monad of the present situation. The voice of those higher triangles will be felt normally, naturally, consistently in the consciousness. Both methods carry their own dangers. And I suppose there are some today who, have a mixture of the two methods running at the same time. In Atlantean days, meditation tended to overstimulation of the emotions, and although men touched great heights, yet they also touched great depths. Sex magic was unbelievably rampant. The solar plexus was apt to be over-vivified. The triangles were not correctly followed. It was done on the basis of feeling, And the lower centers were caught in the reaction of the fire with dire results. And I suppose the Great War was one of those results, and the cleavage between the forces represented by the lords of the dark face and those positive forces represented by the lords of the shining countenance. And it's being repeated even now. And the Second World War particularly was a repetition of that, but maybe it was being prepared through the First World War. So, the fourth root race, heights and depths, and the sixth ray, emotionality, fanaticism, and the rejection of that which the soul could provide of understanding. In other words, a very glamoured time for so many, even though the process of initiation was beginning in earnest. We've all of us, I think, lived through Atlantean times. Well, maybe not all, maybe just a few have come in from Mercury, from Vulcan, with some very few petals unfolding. But generally speaking, individualization for types who could study esotericism occurred in Lemurian times, and certainly not all those individualized then could be attracted to meditation. They just haven't come far enough, and even 2/5 of those individualized on the moon chain are not yet on the path. So that means from the moon chain and from Lemurian times, there will have been Atlantean incarnations for the most part. And we will also find that the individualizers in early Atlantis are not yet far enough along to be interested in meditation. I guess there are always exceptions. The dangers are now different. The development of mind carries with it the dangers of selfishness, of pride, of blind forgetfulness of the higher, that it is the aim of the present method to offset. If the adepts of the dark path attained great powers in Atlantean days, they are still more dangerous now. Their control is much more widespread, and hence the emphasis laid on service and on the steadying of the mind as an essential in the man who seeks to progress and to become a member of the Brotherhood of Light. I'll stick with yellow. So DK has told us, as I've said, the greatest disaster that can overtake the man is to make of the concrete mental field a separate field, cut off from the higher mental field, and maybe, in a way, from the emotional body. It will be a huge development of lower mind, progressing along an unsanctioned path, which is not a Syrian path of true initiation at all. And some people, filled with the spirit of separativeness, they take that 13th path. And hence DK tells us of the ill-omened nature of the number 13. So we're dealing now on a higher turn of the spiral. The battle is scorpionic and not Libran, as it was maybe 4 million years ago. Maybe, consulting with Philip Lindsay in his Hidden History of Humanity, it now has yet another title, I'm not sure. But he knows more of the details, or at least proposes rationally a sense of the timing of that great battle fought out in Libra and called Kurukshetra. Now it's Scorpio, with Mercury being the hierarchical ruler, hence not only a strongly emotional, but a strongly mental, intuitive sign. So will we go with the concrete mind, or will we go with the higher mind, the abstract mind, the intuition? That way is deliberately rejected by those who are veering towards the center of the dark lodge. The rejection of the Syrian path. And yet Mercury also, interestingly, has something to do with Sirius, because Mercury symbolically is called the star of Sirius. Interesting, at least in the secret doctrine. Maybe, it has its fourth ray. Sirius is the fourth path. Mercury is so monastic in a way, and we go to Sirius to develop Manus, which means that it's not so much moonchain types or first solar system types that take the path to Sirius, but more those who individualized in Lemuria. Of course, I realize that all these things we're saying now are complete nonsense to most people, and they think we are in the grips of total fantasy or worse. So, we have to learn to expect that kind of rebuttal. The matter I now seek to give some instruction upon is one of very real importance to all earnest students at this time. The Orient is to the evolving race of men what the heart is to the human body. Interestingly, it's a fourth ray soul, the Orient, and the heart chakra is the fourth chakra, crown, ajna, throat, heart, fourth major. It is the source of light, of life, of heat, and of vitality. Okay, this is one of the sections that tells us about what the Orient contributes to the development of man. The Orient is what the heart is to the human body. Light, life, heat, vitality. So much of the aspirational impulse is coming from the books we have read about the great Oriental teachers. The Occident is to the race what the brain or mental activity is to the body, the directing organizing factor, the instrument of the lower mind, the accumulator of facts. Well, does that really fit with the second ray soul and fourth ray personality of the Occident? You have to think that something on the hard line is there. Maybe the fifth ray is prominent in the Occident and not so much among the spiritual seekers in the Orient, though well known to the teachers there and those who have passed a certain degree of meditation, initiation. The difference in the entire, quote, makeup, as you term it, of the Oriental and of the European or American is so great and so well recognized that it is mayhap needless for me to dwell upon it. Well, maybe. Maybe. These days there's so much mixing, so much travel. The Westerner going to the Orient, the Oriental coming to the West. So there's much blending, mixing and blending at the moment. Remember, ray 4, soul, ray 3, personality in the Orient, a certain sinuosity, which maybe is not entirely trustworthy, but then who is, found with the third ray personality of the Orient, and the 2-4 of the Occident, which is not including the hardline rays, ray 2 soul, ray 4 personality, which, by the way, I think will be the rays of humanity in the future. Certainly he talks about the importance of the fourth ray and the destiny of humanity to have a second ray soul. So the common bond is the fourth ray, soul for the Orient, personality for the Occident. Anyway, there are technicalities involved here that make the assigning of meditation a process which must be approached skillfully. The Oriental is philosophical, naturally dreamy, trained through centuries to think in abstract terms. Is that the fourth ray soul? Fond of abstruse, isn't it abstruse? I think so. We discover we discover that there have been mistakes in the Alice Bailey CD-ROM when we read through the warning underlining here from the copy from the CD-ROM. Words are misspelled and also incorrect. But then it was a huge work, so, you know, we can live with it. Fond of abstruse dialectics, temperamentally lethargic and climatically slow. I mean, does it mean, certainly not in all cases, but warmer climate? Not necessarily. Ages of metaphysical thinking, of vegetarian living, of climatic inertia, enervation, maybe. Although, you know, we cannot call Africa the Orient. We cannot call the jungle areas of South America the Orient. Enervation is possible in hot climates. But anyway, ages of metaphysical thinking, of vegetarian living, of climatic inertia, and of a rigid adherence to forms and to the strictest rules of living. Where does that come from? It's certainly not the third ray or the fourth. Have produced a product, the exact opposite of his Occidental brother. Well, it almost seems that these are exaggerated by the Tibetan, but we know that, if anything, he keeps things in proportion. I'm sure there are many of us here in the West who can go along with this particular description, but then, you know, maybe we've spent many incarnations in the East. Philosophical, naturally dreamy, trained through centuries to think in abstract terms. The concrete mind is not such a barrier. The third ray rules the higher mind. Fourth ray rules intuition. You know, those are triadal rays. Fond of abstruse dialectics, which maybe can't be applied at all. Temperamentally lethargic, you know, the go-get-em attitude towards the physical plane, has not been there, but increasingly is there with the industrialization of the East, and climatically slow. Ages of metaphysical thinking to which many Orientals, life after life, are subjected, of vegetarian living, which does not promote the aggressive, energetic Martian response, of climatic inertia, I mean, a kind of inertia fostered by the climates that are found, and of a rigid adherence to forms and to the strictest rules of living. Now, there Krishnamurti invade against the adherence to forms, which is it called japa? Something which had to do with the repetition of prayers and the use of the mala, 108 beads, and so forth. And to strict rules, the strictest rules of living, have produced a product that is exactly the opposite of the Occidental product. There must be more than the fourth and third ray. Probably there is an astrological sign associated with the Orient. What would it be? Would it be, for instance, Taurus? Every soul ray has a soul sign connected with it. Every personality ray has a personality sign associated with it. Is the devious sign Gemini found there? The Tibetan, the Buddha is the great light from the East, the light of wisdom, the Lord of Light. He has a Taurus Scorpio polarity. Every time something significant happened, 3 events, for instance, his birth, his enlightenment, his death, we had the full moon of Taurus, we are told, with obviously Scorpio as the moon sign. Well, but look at the industrialization now of China and of India, great first-ray countries. So we have to consider there's China with its soul sign Taurus. India has the soul sign Aries. And Capricorn, the personality ruler, and for China, Libra. So for the individual nations, we might be able to figure something out, but then when it comes to the entire region, if we're given a ray, there's no reason we shouldn't be given also an astrological sign. But DK doesn't talk about it, what is it? With the West, such an emphasis on learning and on mobility and on individuality. The individualistic West, Leo, the ever communicating, ever traveling West, Gemini. Of course, the irony is that now all the electronic equipment, or so much of it, is produced in the East. What and why would we say are the main astrological factors of soul and personality in the Western hemisphere? Maybe, we could think through it, but Will it stay the same, or will it change? Will Capricorn be important as occultism is moving to the West, and Capricorn is the sign of initiatory achievement? You can probably find justifications for all the signs. I think it's possible to do that. But if we look at the hardline nature of the West, then that may narrow our search somewhat. The Occidental is practical, businesslike. These are adjectives used in relation to the fifth ray. Dynamic, first ray. Quick in action, third ray, that is not reflective, not contemplative. A slave to organization, which is, after all, but another form of ceremonial, so seventh ray involved. Actuated by a very concrete mind, fifth ray. Acquisitive, third ray. Critical, third ray. And at his best when affairs move quickly and rapid mental decision is required. At his best, then. So down to earth, of course, not everybody, and there are philosophers in the West, but it's hard to say how many Eastern type of philosophers are simply living in the West, are transplanted reincarnationally, and vice versa, in that intermixing which may be necessary to achieve a better balance. Remember, this was written 100 years ago, and the industrialization of China and India, both of them now strong nuclear powers. Nothing like that, I think, could be foreseen. Even the atomic bomb and all of the development in nuclear physics, probably in 1920, was only foreseen by the really talented visionaries. So more form bound, and it seems to be bound by form involves the concrete mind and also the ray which relates to form, or the rays 3 and 7, also known as the rays of the Jewish group 3 and 7, and are the financial rays. For so long, the West controlled the finances of the world, but now that's not necessarily the case. So it's a more complex question than can be decided through some sort of flippant or glib or readily fabricated answer. But it is, in the Tibetan's description, in DK's description of the West, we have the hard line rays and more soft line in the East. What makes one a Westerner? What makes one an Easterner? What is it? But we get the general idea, I think. The general idea, the hardline rays are active here, and in the East, generally the more passive and interior approach. Now it seems to be contradicted, and there is a mixture, but that's the general approach. But now everything has been changing. And, with the militarization, industrialization that made the Second World War possible, even the First World War. But when these letters were written, the First World War had only been over by a year and a half, roughly. So the further developments could not be realized. But whether in the East or West, the Aquarian technology is taking over. So about the Westerner, he detests abstract thought, yet appreciates it when apprehended, and when he can make those thoughts facts on the physical plane. And what does that require? Ray 5 and Ray 7. He uses his head more than his heart center. So, the Tibetan, who has been mostly in Oriental bodies that are masculine over the duration of his lives, it seems has struck a very good balance. He's extremely intelligent and intellectual, but also tremendously intuitive. And his ashram promotes right human relations, which is definitely of the heart, using the mind to help promote that heart relationship. He uses his head more than his heart center, and his throat center is apt to be vitalized. So now we have Ray 1 and Ray 3. The head center, Ray 1, and the throat center, Ray 3. The Oriental uses his heart center more than the head and necessarily the corresponding head centers. Not much is said about the location of those centers. He said there would be 7 master centers with which, on our microcosmic level, Vulcan is associated, and on the larger macrocosmic level, of the one about whom naught may be said, the associated sign not the associated sign so much, but the constellation is the Great Bear. So Vulcan and the Great Bear are parallels in a way. One of them ruling the 7 interior head centers of man, and the other ruling the interior head centers of the one about whom naught may be said, and the zodiac ruling the heart within the head of the one about whom naught may be said. So, this is kind of a thumbnail view of East and West, but it's not as simple as it seems, as there are crossovers, especially when we consider the present rays of the Occident and the Orient. The center at the top of the head, at the top of the spine, at the base of the skull, functions more actively than the throat. Well, that's interesting. Excuse me, I've been at this now some 4 hours and something, I think. I'm not sure because I had to be away from the computer. So take these mini journeys to the other world. But anyway, the split is easy to see, though there are complications with it. And what this means, that the alta major more active than the throat. Well, maybe the throat is connected with the monastic permanent atom and with abstract thinking in the alta major, more with concretion in some manner. Anyway, I think we see how DK is dividing the Orient and the Occident, and hence the Oriental type of body and the Occidental type of body. Balance is to be achieved, and if we balance is to be achieved, and so we must not emphasize that which is already emphasized. To give the Westerners still more concretion, which is why maybe occultism is coming to the West, it will give abstraction, and to give the Easterner still more abstraction, which is why industrialization and fabrication are going toward the East, would be a disservice, would be to induce a great imbalance. So this too has to be taken into consideration in assigning meditation. The Oriental progresses by the withdrawing of the center of consciousness to the head through strenuous meditation. That is the center he needs to master. He learns by the wise use of mantrams. It's a second ray, seventh ray method of proceeding. By retiring into seclusion, by isolation, and by the careful following of specific forms for many hours each day and for many days. Well, maybe to some of us in the West, that does not seem an appealing way to go, especially in these days of such severe outer demand. So, to the head, this is how the Oriental must work. What about the Occidental? The Occidental, notice how often adjectives are used as nouns. The Occidental has in view the withdrawal of his consciousness to the heart at first, for already he works so much with the head centers, maybe not even knowing it, you know. He works more by the use of collective forms and not individual mantrams. More group conscious, possibly. He does not work so much in isolation as his Oriental brother, but has to find his center of consciousness even in the noise and whirl of business life and in the throngs of great cities. All right, you know, reminds me of a story here. And it's not exactly the story of businessmen, but it's the story of those who achieved. And I'll do it this way, that Mozart and Schubert, come on, I wouldn't mind spelling that correctly. They wrote many, compositions on napkins, serviettes, in bars. Which were also inns or restaurants of their day. Maybe not Beethoven so much, he was more isolated. And as far as Puccini goes, he just had to have absolute quiet. And he wrote at midnight when all was silent. But I'm thinking about the way these two could isolate themselves in the midst of the crowd and write down whatever was running through their minds. Beethoven used to walk through the Vienna woods with his sketchbook, musical sketches, and when melodies entered, rather than have them sort of glance off the brain, he took them down right away. So even in the noise and whirl of business, even in the raucous barroom scene, some of these Western types could think on their feet in the midst of it all. And this is desirable when you think about the externalizing hierarchy, because no longer are we going to have quite the privilege of dwelling in the safe and secured mountain retreats whereby or within which there is greater clarity. It seems like a disadvantage to many, but the Eastern adepts are having to learn how to work in the noise and whirl of the Western world, even though DK did say there will be more silence coming. That will be one of the characteristics of travel and motion in the New Age, a greater silence. Well, I think we can go up to the next one. So anyway, the Westerner here employs collective forms for the attainment of his ends, and the awakening of the heart center shows itself in service. Already the Occidental seems to have this. So let's just say, we will say, hence the emphasis laid in the Occident on heart meditation and the subsequent life of service, and hence the gifts of the Christ along the lines of heart and service. So Buddha, strongly mental. In the East, Christ, strongly heart-centered in the West. Each has what the other needs. The Buddha came in with his third ray monad, among other things, to supply this head orientation. And the Christ came in to supply, in a very intellectual people, among the Jews at first, the heart orientation. Later, by many centuries, it seems to be bearing fruit, and there's always been ecstatic movements in the Jewish groups, but now we have the Jews for Jesus, and it's a transitional mode of relating to the Christ impulse. And we certainly have a growing intellectuality in the East. So this crossover, this balancing act, is necessary. You will see, therefore, that when the real occult work is begun, the method may differ and will necessarily differ in the East and in the West, but the goal will be the same. Well, the goal is ever, it seems, ever the goal is effective balance. Now, there are so many really brilliant people in a Western manner coming from the East. We have some of the really fine musicians with great technique and musicianship, almost like transplanted Westerners playing Western music, you know. Who are they? And certainly a lot of us may feel that we have spent time in the monasteries and cloisters of the East, even though we're born here in the West. So where you are born at the particular moment does not necessarily tell you where you've been. And a lot of us, let's say, loving the abstractions, find it more difficult in the West, but necessarily are here for some purpose. And maybe Westerners transplanted into the East find the abstracted attitude more difficult when they are carrying the signature of the West to the East. Every individual has to be investigated and understood. But generalities can be stated. It must be borne in mind, for instance, that a meditation that would aid the development of an Oriental might bring danger and disaster to his Western brother, and the reverse could also be the case. But always the goal would be the same. It would be some kind of rounding out, some kind of balance achieved. We don't want to overemphasize what's already there or underemphasize what the real need may be. Forms may be individual or collective. Mantras may be chanted by units or by groups. Different centers may be the object of specialized attention, yet the result will be identical. So the balance will be achieved. Okay. Well, all these things will have to be taken into consideration. I mean, maybe right now travel is cut because of the pandemic, and some sort of virtual presence will have to be cultivated. You know, the one group that's really making out financially during this dreadful pandemic are the computer sciences, those methods that allow people to get together virtually and always more realistically in time and space. Maybe something of that nature has to be instilled in man, so it's not always necessary to drag the body with oneself. The self drags the body unnecessarily. And that takes time, energy, money. So according to the law of economy, there must be very much in this virtual approach, and it can only get more sophisticated. Danger arises when the Occidental bases his endeavor on rules that suffice for the Oriental, as has at times been so wisely pointed out. In the wisdom of the great ones, this danger is being offset. Different methods for different races, divergent forms for those of various nationalities. It's not one size fits all, and yet, although we realize this, we haven't got the acumen to know how to recognize what must be assigned, not yet. But the same wise guides on the inner planes, the same great hall of wisdom, the same gate of initiation, admitting all into the inner sanctuary, ... An ellipse which tells us that something significant is being said, but it's not being transferred because, for whatever reason, maybe it would just not be appropriate or would be somehow too dangerous. Well, we're not even halfway through the book, really. In concluding this subject, I seek to give you a hint. The seventh ray of ceremonial law or order, the ray now coming into power, provides for the Occidental what has long been the privilege of the Oriental. The mantric laws and set forms, mantric methods, and ritualistic forms. Great is the day of opportunity, and in the sweeping onward of this seventh force comes the needed impetus that may, if rightly grasped, drive to the feet of the Lord of the world, the dweller in the Occident. So, in fact, the Orient is much feeding the spirituality of the Occident. And I don't think that the spirituality of the Orient is being fed by the Occident, but maybe the practicality of the Occident, the manifestational ability, is being promoted in the East by the importation of what is already well developed in the West. Well, we all need each other. Even hemispheres need each other. Nations need each other. And all of us are carrying a little piece of the requisite items, energies, which in right relationship will balance the whole. So the day of opportunity is indeed with us. Some very interesting things here, are there not? And foundational to all we do. And in detail, so we know why we're doing what we're doing. Probably many things we have assumed and are doing correctly, but here is the explanatory basis of why we do them in this book. So, as I say, it's a beginning book initially written in early days, and probably Alice Bailey was blown away by what was being said by the Tibetan. But okay, it was published later, quite a bit later actually, and with the Tibetan's permission, and giving us a very solid, rational basis for what we do. And for the Western mind, establishing the logical purpose of what one is doing is very important. There's not going to be simply a leap of faith among most, especially among the more mature consciousnesses. There are less developed folks with less incarnations who may simply unthinkingly leap at what is presented to them. They even believe in the godlike qualities of obvious criminals. And so anxious are they to be led and guided. They are authoritarian in their nature, and they carry much of the sixth ray, lead me, I will follow you, and all that. But eventually they'll learn to stand on their own 2 feet in terms of the direction that they are taking. Well, I have a webinar coming up here, so I don't want to rush myself. And I'll call it a day. We've made it into August 1920. And we'll go back here. I think I'll spare you this. I'll join you in a minute again. Okay, well, I've done a little work there. And the end of 27, the end of 2027. And this is the 27th of August. And we went as far as the beginning of 101, 102 to page 114. Sorry. And let's get that straight. And now we're going to begin with program 28, and it'll be from page 114. And we don't know when that will take place. It's a lot of talking already today, but sometimes you can talk and your voice doesn't disappear, and sometimes it does. The idea, we're probably a third through the book, roughly, a little more, and we're not yet halfway through the book. Basically a 300-page book. Let's see how far it really is. Well, 348. And we've done 114. Well, it's just about a third, really. 350 is just about a third. 3 times 14 is 42, just under a third. Okay. Now, we'll go back and we'll find program 28. And this will be a long, 27 a long program, and let's see when 28 can begin. But what an enrichment to read this book. Don't you agree? Basically, the most important part is we're reading the book together, and there are associations which you may not have thought of, or maybe I'm just thinking of them. And then when we get to discuss it, there will be things you've thought of and I've not thought of, and the group process will enrich our understanding. So we will stop our recording, and before long, a little longer than usual, this will be converted. It will be put on Makara, and you'll be able to access it, and then it will be put on YouTube. So meanwhile, lots of love, many blessings from all of us on the communications team. I guess we're working in the Gemini field here, getting the word out and giving us the opportunity to think together associatively. which will eventually lead to inclusive reason and to the pure reason of the intuition. It starts out as intellect, but it will end in intuition, from intellect to intuition. So we'll continue with our danger section, and I think this may be the last of the dangers. No, there are more. There are more. Subtle forces, you know, and so forth. But 350 pages, that's how long this book is. And naturally, when we, oh my, still more, huh? Dangers of obsession, all these dangers. I guess we certainly are informed of how cautious we must be. Okay, well, he gets into obsession quite a bit, just the way Master Moria did. And at a similar period of time, the 1920s, because I think the obsessions that caused the Second World War were occurring initially in the 1920s. So, farewell for the moment, and this will be to you as soon as I can, or as soon as we can, the communications team. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.